Is it United States? Diesel? Confirmed? Chris. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Welcome back into the Dragon's Den. Digital Dragon, Luke. I'm a 3D printing variety stream Twitch. What does that mean? It means we do everything from machine unboxings, like our Bamboo Labs over here, or Crucial Mark IV down here, to mods like adding the MMU3 to the Mark IV, to full-up printer builds like most of the machines. We do some prototyping as well. We take part in beta tests when applicable. Today, we're going to be starting our build series on a Millennium Machines Milo v1.5 based on LDO Motors kit. We did get this kit from KB3D. So I bought it. It wasn't a sponsored build. And good morning. Microphone is cutting in and out a bit. Not sure what's going on then. I haven't changed any settings. NVIDIA broadcast is running, it's doing its thing. Actually dropped the gain on the mic down just a little bit. Drop it down some more. See if that helps. Still clipping. Somebody can give a quick feed. Is this better, worse, better, worse? Oh, it's actually like sitting on top of the clip side. I don't know if this location of where I put the mic still is. It could also be that this wire is starting to get jacked up from me rolling it up every night. Not seeing anything wonky on my end means it could be physical cable issue, one side or the other of the wireless. Noise suppression might be high. So I'm using video broadcast and crank this up that. See if that helps a little bit. Hope so. Yeah, if you hear noise, it might be because the doors are open because I'm printing PLA back here. Let me see if I somewhat. So anyhow, uh, thank you, Chris, for the resubscribed for 5 months. Thank you, Mr. Wizix, for resubscribing for 5 months. I appreciate that. Glad to know that I'm bringing content that you guys are interested in, want to see. So that's good. Thank you. So today, like I said, we're going to start on the Millennium Mills Milo build LDO kit. Seen several people already build one of these. Baker, Nero's, Steve, Andic Really, and Bodbot are going through their builds right now. So, oh, thank you, Mr. So what I've tried to do is get myself a little bit more organized today. And you'll see that here in a second when I switch the screen. But let's go over the what the Milo is. So what is the Milo? Hi again. So what is the Millennium Machine pad? This is what the Milo is going to look. Really weird because plain backside. But this is a desktop milling machine. It is going to use an actual spindle. Got an air-cooled spindle, 110 spindle, not the 220 spindle. This is a 3-axis milling machine. It's going to be very robust, very rigid. Means we should be able to mill high-density plastic, ultra-high molecular UHW type plastics, LREN, metals. Have seen many people do aluminum on here. You should be able to do steel. So that's the intent, is to be able to mill aluminum a lot more easy to do on my tree. So that is the also it will help me with future projects. I'm not sure if I will show any stuff live on channel because the noise, it might be recorded and posted in a. But once again, we have our CAD here up that we can look at if we do along the way. And we will also have our documentation. So from a documentation standpoint, we have guides for the Milo itself, which is the desktop CNC mill. There's also a thing called CASA. This is, CASA stands for home. the home for our Millennium enclosure. You can build this. Right now, that option is a self-source option. However, LDO will be doing a kit for this as well. There is a new version of CASA out that has taken into account many improvements and changes suggested by LDO, make shipping easy. Original Milo, it was monolithic panels. Size of those panels really to ship easily without getting it oversized. That's one of the things LDO brings to the table. Ability to help them logistics. By the way, Black Rifle Company, Freedom Dark Road. Duncan is on the way. The other thing that we're going to have here, setter. You have that option as part of the LDO kit. That Long John setter, it provides automated Z height probing for your tool. Swap out tools, go touch off of that, and I'll be quite honest with you, flexible. You're using that, and it's just a tap and reset the offset when you change, or to set the initial offset. And then we're going to be using the Millennium OS on this machine. They are working on getting a new operating software. Basically, they're going to try and incorporate Linux CNC. But right now, we'll be doing the Millennium OS, which is their pre-done version of RepRap firmware. And with that, we'll get into the documentation for Milo itself. It does talk about the sourcing guide, and it gives rough prices. And here, if you self-source stuff, from the frames to the fastener, various plates that you're so forth. Printed parts. There is a full guide here for printing of your parts, how they're named, how to select the primary color versus adjusted accent colors, so forth. There are different, I'll say, front panels that you can use, depending on which ones you want, and that some of the holes have built-in support so that they print better. So just be aware that there's sacrificial ore on some of these. You may have to drill them out beforehand or at the end. Once again, all the different parts that you use. Their suggestion is to use ABS or A. We'll notice that a lot of the infills are 60%. Minimum wall thickness, they're putting in millimeters. That's good because if you're doing 0.4 nozzle versus 6 nozzle, you would have a different number of. Just to be aware there, the guide talks about 0.2 layer heights, 0.4 nozzle, which would give you a minimum of the wall size. So on the ones we're seeing here for the x-axis, talking about a 1.6 wall, using a 0.4 wall thickness, means you're going to need walls. Later on, there are some parts that need to be a little robust, such as the main column, 0.4 millimeter wall thickness. That means 6 perimeter. Good morning and welcome in. More. Oh, Chris too, by the way. Breezy said he was not planning on being in the office. Will you be able to at least get me into KB3Ds so that I can drop off the stuff for Chris and just. And of course, walk me around. Or I'm not going to. All right, cool. And believe I have the address, or the address has been updated on the website. Not, I'd have to double check one of the packages that I got from you guys to see. You guys on Darrow Road? DM it to me. Okay, great. That would be perfect. Just make sure I show up to the right place, because that would suck to drive up there and show up to the wrong place. Awesome. So the plan is, sorry guys, sidebar. So my plan is I'm going to drive up towards Ohio on Sunday. Not sure if I'm going to get all the way into town or not. We'll see how I feel tomorrow. Then I'll finish up that drive, come visit you guys early Monday morning, and Goshen Elkhart. Stay with my son for. Thank you. All right, guys, back to our original programs. So once again, pay attention to the wall thickness. Pay attention to the infill percent. There are several pieces here that have a different wall thickness and infill percentage requirement. Pay attention to those. Like right here, the TPU feet, 2 millimeter minimum and 60%, because it's going to be all of the weight. I think the other spot where there was, okay, so spindle mount isn't a larger percentage of fill, but it is thicker. And once again, they are recommending ABS and ASA here. And the parts that I printed were in, the primary color was in Phaetus ASA glass filled blue and Phaetus ABS, I believe might be carbon fiber, or it's either carbon fiber or glass. I can't remember. Black is ABS filled. You have a frequently asked question spot. Ask that. And we're going to get into our assembly manual. Thanks goes out to the open builds. They're one of the ones that make your channel style extrusion. And more on design team, because that's inspiration, especially when it starts getting to print settings for parts and stuff. And Fabrico also helped get. So introduction, take a deep breath for a second and realize something. You are about to commit to building a robot that can cut through metal, let alone your squishy human being, that can easily electrocute you, touch you, or set fire to your whole neighborhood. So give it the respect it is. We're going to be dealing with mains voltage. Not only that, we're going to be working with a VFD. And if you're doing a 220, then you're dealing with three-phase power. Be careful if you have questions. Get to that stage, ask them, seek professional help, and at a minimum, you're going to need a 20 amp circuit. At a minimum. So I know that this space right here is a shared 15 amp circuit. They shared because all of the outlets and the lights in this room also attached to the lights in the laundry room and outlets in my garage. The lights and outlets all on one circuit, because normally you would not be using a lot of those. I need some 20 amp circuits in. I'm going to have to go get an electrician. Again, I'm a new build house here. I'm going to have a 20 amp circuit dedicated dropped in my garage, at least one for Milo. And at the same time, I'm going to have them bring a couple of 20 amp, at least one 20 amp circuit with multiple outlets up here into this room to get a lot of these printers off the 15 amp circuit. So yeah, I know I've said that for the last 2 years. This is now going to prompt me to, like, I have to do it. Either that or Milo's going out in the shed where I have 2 dedicated 20 amp circuits, because I was running all my table saws and my and stuff. I don't want to do that because then I wouldn't go. That, and I prefer to do it in the garage where I can make lots of loud noises. But anyhow, so give the machine the respect that it deserves. Like I said, you've got spinny bits. When you break bits, they go flying. When work holding fails, and you now have a piece of metal being spun around at 10, 15,000 RPM, flying, it's going to hurt. That's why you want CASA to try and absorb that blow before. You have an ad break coming up in about a minute. Just be aware of that. Like I mentioned before, this will use RepRap firmware. It does come with a Milo board. Maybe it's H7 or something like that. We'll get into that once we get down to that stage. This thing is in 2 big boxes. I'm not going to drag all of that out just yet. I'm only pulling out the stuff that I need just to try and keep up here, Dragon Den, a little quasi-organized. As it is, I'll show you after the ad break. I can't get to a couple of things where I need a bigger plate. And the ad break, or the ads should be starting. So be aware of that. Yeah, once again, we're going to be using RepRap firmware for this on a Milo board. We have some experience with a Milo board because those in the spot. We now have experience in RepRap firmware because we use that on Black Box. Once again, you don't see Black Box up here. Black Box is still sitting downstairs. I'm not going to move it upstairs until I have the for it, just because big bones. Not light. Evil Diesel will tell you. He helped me bring it downstairs to get it to Murph. So I don't want to bring her back upstairs until I have some type of stand. Hey, look, the ad break is now in progress. Got about 90 seconds of ads. So that was kind of another reason why we were doing certain things certain ways. So we're familiar with the board, we're familiar with RepRap firmware, and if I decide to do it, not sure, I bought a, what was it, the Duet. I bought the Duet 3 Mini 5 Plus with Ethernet controller board. So if we really wanted to go full Duet RepRap firmware on this, we can. This is have everything. to run this or any other of the main 3D printers we have. So something else is going to go rep firmware because I'm kind of liking it. There's a lot of research that I've had to do to learn some of the rep firmware things. I'm going to be working with KB3D and probably builds once at that point, because we really don't have good cancel, stop, pause type macros yet. So we really need to get those built in black box. So we're going to do some more learning. Bill of materials, spindle selection. When we bought the kit, we did order, like I said, the 110 spindle and VFD. So that does come in a separate box. We will have, in that box, you'll have your cabling. We'll have your VFD cables with your kind of aircraft connectors and such. Your VFD itself, you will have to configure. You do have to go in and do settings and configure these. This is going to mount on the back of the Z-axis. And then I'll say the main, what these, I'm not sure if this is this stuff or something that I should have opened up ways ago. First came in. Second to open this up and figure out. Actually, for this is various collets. So the collets are what you put in your VFD that lets you different size bits. So this is just a collet pack, and we've got the super chunk. I do mean the super chunk. This is our 110 volt, 2.2 kilowatt, 20 amp spindle. Go up to 24,000 RPMs. Does have the KB3D logo on it. Get this directly from LDO, it'll have the LDO logo. Yeah, this is like a good 20 pounds. This is super duper chunky. A diesel has held this. It is a tool. So if we're going to have a 20-ish pound spinning mass on the front of the printer, you're going to need a chunky thing. So that's what we're going to be building here, right? And once again, the spindle can go up to 20 amps. That's where, once again, you're going to need a high power circuit for this, 20 or a 30 amp plug. So T-nuts. This machine uses lots of roll-in T-nuts. There's about 200 in this package. Actually 180 for the part. So we're going to be using a lot of T-nuts, and that was just the M5s. We also have about another 40 of the. So rather than show the application of all the T-nuts, what it says here in the manual is if you see a screw that's going into an extrusion, assume that you need to put in the appropriate size T-nut. Okay? Linear rail carriages, they use small bearings. You need to be careful. You have some printed parts, some dummy rails that you can print out. I printed these out. I started to print them out again in PLA, and they failed right at the top. So I'm reprinting them again now with a brim, because I got to thinking that it might not be a good idea to use ABS carbon fiber filled material and then roll your steel bearing balls over. Might not be the best thing. So I decided I'm going to reprint this out in PLA, ABS or something, just a non-filled material that might be a little bit gentler on your balls. And you must make sure that your carriages are appropriately greased before running your machine. Liberal application of E2 grease to the carriages will do the trick. I think we got a little bit here that we can use. Mobile EP2 grease. Full tube of it. I do have the mini grease gun. I have not set it up yet, which means we're probably not going to use it today because I'm not going to try and fill this on stream. What I do have is a few pre-done syringes from KB3D filled with Mobilux. We're going to use these to do our carriages like we normally do. Though these do have operational grease zerks, so we may try and grease them directly on the rail, or at least on our dummy rail. And I will load this off stream and be ready to use our mini grease gun for the other 4 sets of rails that we'll be using later. So yes, we will use that. I promise you we will get to that. And pre-build training. Let's go watch. Well, I'm going to say, if you need to, please go and watch the appropriate video. Good morning, Pez Liz. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You went back to bed for a bit. It's always good to take. I've been wanting to do that since I got up this morning. But the giver of life, Black Rifle Coffee Company, Freedom Fuel, is fueling us this morning until the Dunkin' Run gets in. Hey, there, Polymorph. How's it going? Welcome on in. That is Karen Chow's new coffee emote. Sweet. And here's a big thing down here at the bottom. If you get confused, if you need some assistance, use the contact link here. I believe it goes to the contact page, and you can go out to their Discord. Jump out there in their Discord, ask questions. Somebody on the Millennium Machine team or somebody in the community will get out there and help answer it. Also, like I said before, several people have built these, built them on stream. So you've got 3D Maker Noob. You've got Builds, Nero, ModBot, Manic really are going through their builds right now. Manic's going to be a little delayed with his move. And you've got videos by the Millennium. Use those. Use those resources to best advantage. Hardware references. I have to admit, I did send this page to Royal Nomi because this is the best little reference I've found that's easy to understand. This is what a button cap screw is. Flathead countersunk. Socket head. Nylock hex. Band screw. These are very coarse thread bands. Your heat set insert. There are 4 types of heat set insert. 3.5, 2 different lengths of M3 insert, M5 insert. F608ZZ bearings. F signifies a flange. Then we have the 608Z bearings, standard bearing with no locking collars, self-tapping screws, washers, set screws, spring nuts, pulleys, 40-tooth pulleys, brass lead screw nuts. So there's a whole bunch of stuff here, right? So it's really good. I would like to see more people kind of explain this a little bit and what it's like. A Prusa kit has the list of all the different screws and stuff. Screws are fairly self-explanatory, but knowing that the lead screw translate rotational motion to linear motion, a lot of people don't understand that that's what it's there for. So with that, we're going to jump over into our Y assembly. And this is the minimum goal today, is to get. Oh, awesome. So with that, and of course, this, I just realized, is the one thing that I didn't pull out of the box. So I'm going to transition the scene, and then I'm going to dig around and root around in the boxes behind. So bear with me momentarily. Oh, and by the way, LDO fashion, fasteners, and a bunch of different bags. I went through and only pulled out the bags that we're going to use today. Everything else is in here. And I am in the process of either doing a screw unit. Well, actually, I have a screw unit printed out, but I'm going to do a screw unit or a, what is it, Screwfinity for this. LDO packaging is fabulous, by the way. The box that you see me digging in, or you may see me digging in over here, was actually inside another box with a layer of foam padding and reinforced corners on it. So they wanted to make sure there are no plates in this. Must be in the other box. They wanted to make sure that nothing got damaged. In transit, and nothing was. The exterior boxes had some, we'll say, some gentle love from the shipping company, but the internal boxes are pristine. Motor kit, hardware, cable kit, plates. And of course, standard LDO fashion, boxes within boxes within boxes. This should have our big plate, which is our, the Continental breakfast plate. This will go on top of the X carriage gun building. This is your fixturing plate. Very nice piece of milled and anodized aluminum. Now, one thing I will say is this you would have to build a vise for. There is a different plate that you can get from Fabrico that is the hole pattern and the screw sizes are set so that you can use ready off the shelf vices from any type of machine shop. So we may do a change and do that instead. I'm just trying to figure out which of these plates is the one that we need. And it would be this one. So let me set that down. And yes, so this will be our XY plate, and the other plate that's in here will be for our Z. And then once again, this fixture plate, which is nicknamed Continental Breakfast, because it looks like a big serving tray, will be the plate that is used for to hold your actual work pieces as you're milling. Put these back away for now. I want you to know that we do get wrenches you would need. These would be used to swap out collets and bits. And you also get your toolkit with a little screwdriver, Allen keys, and all of the appropriate size heat set inserts. Now these would be the ones that would screw on to a Hako or a Weller. So if you have one of those, fabulous. If not, then you can go to KB3D, Fabrico, or whomever that sells the CNC kitchen heat set inserts for a TS100. You know what this is? This is an apron. So you do get an LDO apron for use with your Milo because you're going to be making chips. So, like I said, very well packaged kit so far. And sorry for that delay. I was hoping I had everything laid out and ready. So one thing that you will see here is something new. This is about a 14 and a half by 25 and a half inch piece of quartz. I went down to one of the local stone places here in my town, and I had called ahead and just asked, do you have cutoffs, like waste? Don't say remnant. Talk about remnant. They're going to be looking at a slab that they have already cut countertop out of that is still in a usable size to make additional countertops or things out of. So be careful, not use the word remnant. Ask for waste cuts, right? In my specific thing, I said, do you have like a cut out piece of quartz or other stone countertop from where you had cut out a sink, kitchen sink, right? And they said, we have a couple of smallish pieces in our bin. So I went out there and we looked. There was this piece and one other piece in the dumpster. Guy jumped in there, handed this out to me. I walked inside and asked how much it was going to be. And the young lady was like, piece. And I tried to give her $50 for it because this is good stone. And she wouldn't take it. Said it was too much. So I gave her 20 bucks, told her to go have lunch, get some wine or something, an adult beverage later on. Hot day. And it turned into a little bit of a conversation. They were asking what my purpose was for it. And I explained that I use it to build 3D printer frames. My wife was getting tired of me using the kitchen counter to square up frames and stuff. And it turned into a whole other conversation, and it may turn into some future 3D printing business. Because there's a performance place in town that is having a falling out with one of their people. Oh, correct. Like this would be good. This may be good size for like a small little side vanity, or like if you had a shelf in your bathroom, you could take a piece like this and add it to the top of it so it matches the counters in the bathroom or something. But this literally looks like the size of the cutout for the drop sink, you know, the undermounted sink that they had in their display, believe it or not. So, good place to get stone. Just be careful. Go in person and ask them if they have any waste cuts that they are throwing away or that are in the in their dumpster or bin that you might be able to grab. This is quartz. So the nice thing with this being quartz is it's an engineered stone. And it's not as susceptible. It's non-porous because it's an engineered stone. If you use granite or marble or something like that, they're porous. You can get grease and stuff in them. So you want to be very, very careful with those. But quartz is probably the best. And right now, I just have a couple of belt rounds, one on each corner and one in the middle. But this should give you a very flat surface to work off of for everything else that you're doing. So as we're looking at our XY plate, this is not a symmetrical plate. Okay, let me rephrase that. This is not a symmetrical plate. It does make a difference which side is up and how we orientate. So we're going to follow our guide here. We go to the right window. And it's going to tell us how to get oriented. So the XY gantry plate is not an exact mirror, therefore it needs to be oriented in the direction. Make sure the plate is installed the right way around. Rotate the plate until the counter bores of A are facing up. So in this case, these are the counter bores, but we're looking at these four holes right here, and we want the counter bores facing up. These are not the counter bore sides, so we flip the plate over. Now I have the counter bores here, 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 and here, and that these are those two larger holes for. That means we're good. With the counter bore the right way around, locate hole B and make sure it's on the right side of the plate. So looking at this hole right here, okay, what's going to happen is this piece, two at one end, one at the other, is going to mount in these three holes. So we need to make sure that it's orientated in the right direction. This hole facing our right, which will make this the front of the plate. This becomes the Y0. So we're going to place this down on our build platform like this. Your parents got some engineered stone for their counters deck done. Yep. Apparently it's banned in certain states because it to be wet cut. Okay, a lot of things have to be. A lot of stone needs to be wet cut just to keep the dust down and to keep the blade cool while cutting. Otherwise, you can actually scorch it. So yeah. Yeah, probably banned in Cali and New York because if you inhale it, so you don't want to inhale any type of stone dust. If you are cutting, if you are sanding and polishing quartz or any other type of stone, have an appropriate mask on. Preferably a full mask that covers your eyes so there's no chance of getting any of that dust into your eyes. So at a minimum, goggles and a proper respirator, because this is a stone dust. Right? You do not want to inhale that. That's going to do bad things to your eyes, and it's going to do bad things. So at this point, the top is the only thing that's finished and polished on this. It does have some very sharp edges on it. So I may at some point get an appropriate material and sand these edges down and round over in top edges, just because they're extremely sharp and I've almost cut myself like 3 or 4. So yeah, I do have a 3M full respirator. Okay, so we have our plate laid out. Now it's be safe, lock it. So the machines vibrate. We are going to want to be using Loctite on all of our carriages, on all of our bolts. We want to use Loctite. Be aware of that. Rail carriages should always have a rail or dummy rail, preferably not carbon fiber material, to prevent your ball bearings from getting out. You do not want to lose your ball bearings. The XY gantry plate, this is where we're going to start. So things that we're going to need are some M3x10 socket head cap screws. Got it. M3x5 socket head cap screws. Got those. 8 MGN 15 rail carriages. Well, I've got 4 of those. Need to grab the other sets. M3 heat sets. M3x20 socket head cap screws. M3x20. Didn't have those. I grabbed the M. Those are M3x20s. I must have thrown those back in there. Need to grab those. Washers. Those. XY gantry plate. That's this. And the drag chain transitions. We'll get to those. Grab those. Oh yeah, backstabbing in Cali and New York. Yep, that's considered cruelty to plastic. So we're going to need some of our carriages. Once again, I only pulled out 2 of the rails, not thinking, oh yeah, I need both the X and the Y. So these are beefy guys. These are MGN 15. These are bigger than what we're used to. Hopefully make them easier to work with. Wishful. So we'll pull these out. And once again, we're going to need to extricate the carriages from the rail. We're not installing the rail just yet. We will install these rails later today, but we just need the carriages for right now. Got those. Let me go ahead and dig out the other sets of rails while we're at it here, and my M3x20s. These are going to be the longer ones. So you've got 3 sizes of rails. The longest ones are going to be your X rails. It's going to be your bed that's moving side to side. The medium sized ones will be your Y rails, and then the shortest one are going to be your X rails. They're all MGN 15s, so don't necessarily worry about, oh, I need to keep the carriage sizes and stuff. No, all the carriages are going to be the same size. The only difference is the length of the physical. Go ahead and get these out so that we can pull our carriages off and get those mounted on our. And while we're at it, while we have them out, might as well be a good time to wait for it. Lube. We will be lubing too. So it does not matter. Like I said, all the carriages are the same. It does not matter which ones you actually use first. You'll take off your rubber stopper, and as you go to slide these off the rail, where you'll want a dummy rail. Now, once again, these aren't printed all the way through. They're close enough that they work. You're going to set your dummy rail right up next to your other rail, and you're just going to move your carriage onto the dummy rail. Just like that. Okay? So we're going to need all 8 of these rails, so it's probably a good thing for carriages, so it's probably a good thing that I am printing out a whole other set. First time I've had a stopper in the middle of a rail. There's one. I can put this to the side. And we will, like I said, get to mounting a couple of these a little bit later. This one, or these, the X rails, it's going to be a while, so we can probably take and put these back in the box so we're not going to damage them, like break them, because these are chunky. If you can bend these, more power to you. This point, it's just keeping them out of the way so we don't lose them or misplace them. Not that I have had a propensity of misplacing things around the Dragon Den, because that would never, ever happen. Yep, I will be getting the gloves out for the lube. So I've got 4 off. I want to take the other 4 off. Let's see if we can get these off and trying not to touch this build plate, because one, I know I've got a little bit of, we'll just refer to it as shipping lubricant on my fingers now. I don't want to be touching the parts of this because I just washed it last night. Not only did I wash it, but I put some vision miner on it. So I don't want to mess that all up and have to rewash it. Okay. The nice thing is not only do I have a rail, but I actually have an end stop on these. Let's go ahead and pull the others off. That way, when we go in and start our lubing, we can lube all of them in one shot. Oi, that wasn't good. That's called not paying attention. Trying to read that. So hope that I don't have no balls lost. Good. And I didn't even have to check out whether or not I have big thumbs or not. Small thumbs, was it small thumb syndrome? Modbot trying to get his rails back on, and thumbs weren't big enough to hold the skating springs in place. Okay. We're about ready to get started. Food saver sealers. So we're going to be lubricating. I don't want to get stuff all over my nice new surface. So I am going to put some towels up here as we do this. Carriages. And what I'm hoping that the grease zerks are working. So you should, on a proper rail, be able to take this center screw out and either screw in a grease zerk fitting. You would then stick a grease gun on and just squirt grease in. Or you can take that out, put in a syringe, or in the case of our mini grease gun, it's got a little conical shape to the nose of it. And you can press that right up against it and press that right up into the section there and squirt it full of grease. Okay. So we, like I said, I am going to get this loaded up off stream a little bit later. Sorry, that was me realizing that grease tube is potentially leaking. Don't get second to pretty much up or close to it so that I get on that later. Okay. So we want to go ahead and grease these while we have an easier opportunity to do so. Try and open these up on the end and see if we can't just squirt grease in from the end to save us a little bit of time and trouble here. Hey, Maker My Nexus, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. I do want to grab the LDO tools because this looks like possibly a 1.5 fitting. And I know that, let's just say I had an accident with 1.5 driver bit. Kind of traumatic. So see that there's kind of a cavity in there. Should be able to squirt it in. I don't know if we have to do it on each side. I don't know if each side has a path to one side or to both. But the plan will be use our syringe here and just use our syringe to inject grease directly through the grease fitting, grease opening, which should feed into the raceways and then the balls, versus what we normally do is try and pack the balls and run them through the raceway. Chris, too, what is your preferred method of greasing these fittings? Woke up on the right side of the dirt. That's always a great thing to have happen. So we're going to stick this in there. And I'm going to actually take this piece off here. I think that fitting is going to fit better in the screw hole. But I should just be able to introduce grease until we see grease start coming more around. You know, I feel like that. See where it's squirting out the sides now? Telling me that it's starting to get into the raceways. Go ahead and move down some. That also probably going to have to do both sides to keep it from that. And I think it's just going to be easier for me to put way. Use that as a way of refilling it while it's on the block. Use. I just see that more scooping out. Gloves out. Let's just make a mess. Oh, gotcha. I was asking how you prefer to grease your. Try and go in through pre-cert fittings, have them, or just lay down a bead and go for it. What I'm finding here is, yes, these grease fittings work, but my dummy rails aren't very tight. Therefore, the grease is squirting out all over the dummy rail, not really getting pushed down through the. Just going to go in here and kind of do like what we've done in the pack some grease, and then grab one of our rails, flip and pathway. Go back on your rails. Slowly. Finger down, and that will compress the spring around the balls. Allow you to slide the rail on a little bit easier. Balls. Doing this over a paper towel and with the grease that we've added will let you know quickly if a bearing came out. If it did, you will also be able to keep it from going everywhere. That's normally the piece that is like clip running my. What I'm going to do is try and use any of the grease that's left over from one. Try and wipe as much of the excess off. Apply it to next one in line, unless it's ugly and dark like that. And then I have a feeling I'm going to go through plenty of paper towels today. Sure, you got a good amount of shop towels. And don't forget, if you did remove one of these screws, to put it back in place. Oh yeah. Monkey Kong is here. Cage bearings, best bearings. We don't like freelancers. Yep, freelancers can lead to bad things. Once again, our dummy rails are, there's enough play in the dummy rails that you're not going to cause a major problem trying to get those back on or back on here and make it easier. Looking to get a bead of grease down there in the balls. Good bead of the Mobilux on each side. Push it down in there. Ball bearings. Doing it this way, you are going to want to slide it on and off the rail a couple of times to make sure that you're getting good coverage through the raceways. Getting some good grease packed in. This is going to take a little bit, like I said, because we've got 8 rails to do, or 8 carriages. I want to make sure that this is done before I fit them on. Once again, adding grease after the fact through the grease zerks, not that hard. Greasing these rails once they're installed on the machine. Greasing them from scratch is going to be painful. So we're going to try and get some of this grease going in there ahead of time. And with our 3D printers, I know many of us probably do not grease our rails and rods as much as we probably should on our 3D printers. It's going to be especially critical that you're doing that on your Milo mill. Do not want to run a mill dry. That will lead to bad things happening. And you do not want to tear up these things. They're a little bit more expensive to replace. As the components get bigger, they get a little bit more expensive to replace. So you want to make sure that you're caring for your machine appropriately. I'll let you young pups continue to talk about where you were in 2000. I'll just throw out there that I graduated in 1990. CP. Paper towel. carefully extricate always. Redone. And I'm trying to stay clean as I can when dealing with grease and it all over. Lots of liberal use. At you. want at least 2 rounds of pushing grease in, and we're trying to make sure that those bearing races, everything's fully. First time you're adding lubricant, you're probably gonna have to use the rail, dummy rail, to try and move the room. Get the second one going. Should be able to move balls by hand. Going there. Just for surety, we'll put the loose fitting dummy rail on there. Grab the main rail. Call somebody a whippersnapper. First computer I ever built was a AMD 486 DX 466. I think it had like 256 taxi for Goober. Where's Goober going? This probably needs to be Goober's second build. Doing one of these, Evil Diesel. Have a better chance of getting quote unquote significant other pre-authorization if it's an educational thing for the kid, right? A little bit. A little bit easier to work with because of their bigger size. And we're used to like the MGN7 rails really suck. The bearings in those are so incredibly small. And we've got a new bang command. So somebody would do an exclamation point ePax 3D. See our new bang command, and that is for ePax 3D. They are a filament company based here in North Carolina, and they're a resin company. So they started off, they do resins and resin printers for dental work. And so that's how they kind of got started. And they're now getting into EPAX, EPAX 3D. They're now getting into a lot of PLAs and fast PLA. Those of you that were at Murph, I was pretty much printing exclusively with EPAX, except for when Polar Filament came over with some temperature changing filament and asked if I would print some on that. Sure, I'll take free filament. So, and that printed beautifully, and they brought me a blue. Must have known that. Who started off their day thinking that we were going to spend like the first hour and a half, 2 hours of moving our balls and I promise though, since this is X and Y, it'll be a while before we get to E. So we'll have more fabulous lubrication action later in the stream. Exactly. Um, 3D printers is very much like how we were with PCs, right? We had PCs and then we had cars, and we're still doing it with cars today. We're going to do it with cars or any mode of transportation, and humanity dies. Tinkering and personalizing. Very much look at our 3D printer sort of like we did our, and we're tricking them out. We've got so many people, it's not just what color filament are you using when you print your parts, but I'm going to use this mod or that mod. The collection of the mods that you've used that makes it your unique boron annex and positron. Each one is a separate machine. Each one has its own personality, its own, we'll say like life force essence, because it is unique to you, especially when you've built it. It's unique to how you've built it and the care that you put into the process, right? Um, you could slap through this particular build, in like a long weekend, and then spend months chasing, tuning, and tweaking to get good cuts that are consistent, on point measurement. Or you can spend a lot of time, build it slowly, making sure that you're building it straight and precise as possible. And if you do any YouTube searches for things like bridge ports, and stuff like that, like big production milling stuff, one, you're going to find out about maintenance, proper way to maintain those machines. But you also, like, I've been watching a lot of the restoration videos lately, and to know that some of these machines have been active for 70 plus years and they're still viable today, right? This goes to show that with proper maintenance, these machines work damn well. They can be around for a very long time. And tolerances stuff on are such that, provided you've done the proper maintenance on them, they stay true, very little run out, and taking the time to bring it into spec or keep it into spec makes everything coming off that machine so much better. The quality of the work, amount of any post processing that you have to do. Same thing with our 3D printers, right? More time we spend on building them, tuning them, when we're getting the prints off, especially if we're doing production print runs for a business. The parts that are coming off are having a lot less post processing. Standard adage: you can spend time up front or you can spend time on the back end, but you're going to be spending time. Will be spending. So MakerMind, I noticed that you are streaming several times yesterday. I missed your stream last. So MakerMind Nexus is going to be making a slight pivot on its channel. building and reviewing newer machines to rehabbing existing machines, getting machines back into service, right? And getting those machines back in the owners. So rehabbing for an individual or um, rehabbing and getting those kids at school and STEM programs and stuff like that, I think is really cool. So we've been talking and referring to Goober. So Goober is Evil Diesel's spawn. And he at he went to Murph, which was the first ever 3D printing thing. I mean, she's seen her dad and how it's helped her dad and give him some focus. And that was her first show, and she had a blast. Friends with all the other kids. Was a swagaholic. Oh my God, that girl got so much swag. Every time she came back to the table, she had 2 fistfuls. Which I get. I don't get nearly enough swag at these shows because I'm too busy. She had a blast, and thanks to Chris too, went home with a printer. And she also went home winning a LDO orbiter tool board, orbital tool board. Well, that gives her a good upgrade path for the CR10 or some other project. But she didn't have an orbiter. Well, she has an orbiter 2 now with a filament runout sensor to go along with her orbital. And got a printer that she will be able to use to 3D print another printer. So she got some opportunities thanks to the community. And she's going to have the opportunity to build her own 3D printer and learn more about the. Oh, not a problem, Maker Mind. Not a problem. We got to help each other out on these projects. You know, a lot of us are doing some really good things, and we need to really shout out each other for those things. Okay. So, oh, hey, there's the. So we've got our 8 rails or carriages, 8 carriages put together. So now let's actually get back in here and do some work. Once again, I'm going to grab some paper towel to put down here just so I'm stuff on ports. Oh yeah, that is a great place to start modding. Is that CR10 clone? And sorry, folks, I'm going to grab a quick donut real. We're going to need 4 carriages, and they're going to be facing us. Going to be along the line of this. To have our plate. Once again, our plate, we need to have I'll say the center set of holes will have the counterbores facing up. You're going to need the one hole over here, and this makes it the side that's facing up. So what we're going to do is just kind of set our plate on here. And I'll get a couple of screws started in one, and then I'll go around and start moving it around onto the floor and just get a couple of screws going on each one. We're going to use our M3x5s, so we're not going to be having a lot of thread here to play with. And don't forget the Loctite. So M3 is our 2.5 millimeter driver. Need our Loctite out here. I'm using the paste kind. I know there's people that like the paste. There's people that like the liquid, which I also have. And when I do the liquid, I grab a plastic condiment lid, right? And I just pour a bit in here, and that lets me just dip the tips of screws in there. In fact, on these M5s, that might actually be the easier route to take. Just because they're so small and trying to get paste on. You can 3D print just like a very small piece. Actually be like right here in the divot. Get some Loctite in there. This is the blue 243 thread locker. Also got some 242, which is removable. So, and all you're going to do is take a screw, not a bunch, and we're just going to dip the tip of the threads down in there. Get a little bit of thread locker. And like I said, I'm not going to tighten these down. I'm going to leave them loose for the moment until I get all four started. I have to move some things. Go through and make sure that all of the screws are in place. And one thing to note, and once I get this first carriage on, or the first ones closest to me start. Okay, so on these carriages, we're doing all four screws. On the rear carriages, we're only doing the two screws that are closest to us on each carriage. Two screws along the back edge will get added here in a little bit. We're going to use a little bit longer screws because they're going to go through our the whatchamacallit, cable chain. Do that here in a minute. Once again, I'm not getting these locked down. I want to have a little bit of wiggle room still until I get all of the screws set and then lock them down. So I got all 4 on the front ones and up on the last 2. I'm only doing the front 2 screws. Daddy Wazzy, welcome on in. Yeah, Polymaker Micro Swiss, that's nice. 'Cause yeah, Micro Swiss does a lot of things for her specifically for the Creality line of machine. That's really good. Hey, Cookie Cad, welcome on in. We are making a Milo mini mill. And right now we're just starting to actually put our first parts together. We just spent at least an hour kind of in, well, at least a half hour, and I'll say preamble talking about the kit and stuff, and about an hour lubing carriages. Now we're starting to get our first 4 carriages mounted onto the bottom. This is our XY plate. So we'll have, this is our Y, so this will be our Y plates. And then we're going to flip this over and we're going to mount 4 sets of carriages. And those are going to be for our X plate. Now, one thing that I am going to do right now, before I go any further, I can't remember if like Modbot and not, there is a potential for wiggle and misalignment. Okay, there is that potential. So what I want to do, because there's going to be certain ones of these screws that I will not be able to get to once I put the other carriage. There's a couple of these screws that I do want to tighten down. But I'm going to slide a rail on here. This is going to help me align front to back. That's what I want to try and do, is make sure that I'm aligned front to back, both of these rails, so I don't have an issue. And thank you, Cookie Cad, for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. You gifted a tier 1 to Charlie Lavin. Thank you. I so much appreciate that. We have started using some Cookie Cad. In fact, I've got Cookie Cad going on right now on the Rook 2020 Mark 1 downstairs, printing Toys for Tots. The Fix 'em Dude trucks for Toys for Tots. Okay, so I now have 2 rails, and that's telling me that these 2 are going to be lined up. Can't tell if they're parallel right now, but I did want to at least get these lined up, because looking, when I add the other carriages on top here, they're going to be going perpendicular like this. As I screw these on, I'm going to lose access to a couple of these holes. So I want to make sure that at least a couple of these holes I'm fully locked down on for now. That's why I wanted to make sure that those rails were in. Have to do some tweaking later. We'll do. And we did at Midwest Rep Rap Festival. I know you guys weren't there at Murph, but we did have some uh, cookie cutters we designed with your software there, and Miss Dragon for one was talking them up. She had fallen in love with those. So okay, so we're now locked down. Still moving good. What I need to do is come back in here and put my guide rails back in place, dummy rail. Um, oh yeah, it was definitely sweaty. It was extremely hot. But all in all, the show was great. And I keep seeing the top of this lubricant container and thinking it's a can of like Red Bull or something. So I keep wanting to reach. Hey, let me move that away because licking the top of a can of grease. Smaller. Now they said that they had the same amount of vendors as last year. Um, which is I think is a little interesting. So here's where we're at. We've got the bottoms on. Now we're going to install the bolts from the front to rear, the 4 holes furthest from you. Be unpopulated at this stage, as those are holes that will work with cable chain. Um, Now we need to do the other 4 rails for the X carriage using M3 by 10. These are using different sizes. Take our M3 by 5s and put them away, and we'll grab our M. Get those out. Looks like we're going to use all of the required ones here, so quite a few of those. And same orientation of the plate. So I'm going to pick this up and literally just flip it up off to the side and grab my other trucks. Got my Hey, Quantum Knight, how's it going? Welcome in. Follow me offline from a recommendation from MakerDeck. Well, thank you, MakerDeck, and as Liz and Girl, how's it? Ed, thank you for another gift sub to Cruise. Appreciate that. Yes, so this is a Millennium Milo mini. Jump over here and I'll show you guys this is in essence what we're building. Right now we're working on the plate that goes under this axis, this axis. So this is that joining plate that's going to be going between the two of them. Make sure that my four carriages here are in the opposite direction. So this carriage is going this direction because these carriages need to go in the opposite. So this set of carriages is going this way. This set of carriages. All I did was I took my plate and flipped it upside down because I'm not going to try and do screws. Set this on top, just like before. Going to move the plate around and do one by one to get set up on carriages underneath. Just get one started, then move around and get them all. Again, we want to Loctite on this, so we'll get some Loctite of our screws. Not going to tighten these up all the way. I'm going to leave them somewhat loose. We're going to do the same type of thing before. What I'm doing is a crossing pattern. That'll help line up the block initially. Hold it in place. I'm only doing 2 screws to get it started, and I'm doing them in a way. Get all 4 of the trucks at least connected, and then it'll be easier to go. And it allows for working these in carriages. Yeah, well, and for some people that were um, going to open source and like rapid, right? They had open source up in San Francisco, and then you had rapid down in LA. So who wants to take and ship everything from San Francisco over to Chicago to get it to over to Goshen and then back again for rapid TC? I mean, that's asking for stuff to get right. Um, and so I understand. And so like Polymaker, they had their big booth out at what they had their big booth out at Open Sauce, or at least had a presence at Open. And then there was a different group of people out at Midwest, and then they're back out there at Rapid TCT, setting off or not saying announcing their the Fibron and Panchrome lines, which I need to get my hands on some of the Fibron. I've used their PA, the PA 612 CF. Gorgeous, gorgeous stuff. In fact, here's the newer version of this part that I printed. This is the PA 612 carbon fiber. So this is a support post for a T-pole. So this will mount to the back of cross member on the boat, and the vertical post will go through this, and then attach your lines to that. And yeah, so that's a commissioned print for someone, and that stuff printed so nicely. So I'm curious to see what else they come up with. And well, I know what else they've got in the lineup, but I want to get my hands on it and play with some. There. There. Now what I'll do is I'll flip this over. That's going to at least ensure I have no assurance that they're parallel at the moment, but it's going to ensure that these two trucks are lined up. So I'll go ahead now and add in the rest of my screws with a little bit of Loctite on them. There's going to be a ton of screws in this, especially when we get to the FMJ, which is the full metal jacket for the Z-axis. So the LDO kits are coming with FMJ as a default. So what that is normally on a base Milo kit, you would have a you would have printed side plates for your Z-axis, holding your Z-axis. What FMJ does is replaces that with the aluminum pieces, and the goal would be that would be one of the upgrades that you would mill yourself using your mini mill, right? A lot of vertical holes, stuff like that. So just like one of the first things that you'd probably mill out would be parts for a vise, right? So you'd make your own vise and things like that. Which I got news for you. I will probably do a vise at some point. Like I said, I've been watching a lot of YouTube videos lately on cooking and stuff like that. And spices tend to be one of the first things that people make. Good way of getting the basics of of milling under your belt. Yeah, so it's not necessarily just the getting the displays there, but it's getting all the materials there. It's a lot of shipping, and I'll be honest with you. Lately, um, like E3D had 3 shows in a row where their stuff did not clear customs, and they were asking people at the show if you were running anything E3D to bring it to the table, just so they had the ability to show. You know, and yeah, if you know, as you start, like, I'll tell you right now, at Rocky Mountain, I had 6 printers. At Earth last year, I had 6 printers. Rocky Mountain, I had 6. At Murph, I brought 7 printers and took two of the maker tables. Now going back to Earth, I only get 1 table, period. So unless I'm planning on taking printers and putting them out at other people's booths, you know, yeah. And I think that's why at like Rocky Mountain, they had some stuff there. But that and just the limitations, tax and stuff for selling, like they weren't actively selling. But like KB3D was doing all their sales stuff, right? Just because it was so much easier, like tax wise. So yeah. Okay, so we've got those done. Now it wants us to insert heat. So what I did was, and this is what I'm going to do for all of the parts of this string, is as we go through the section, I'm going to start off and do all of the heat set inserts. Doing any heat set inserts unless we blow through a section faster than and I'm doing that because just in this section, I use the 2.5s um, for an end stop. Okay. I had the the shorter M3, the longer M3, and M5s. So I can do it like M3s, then I have to let the cooling iron cool, swap out the tip so that I can do an M5. Then I have to let the iron cool, swap out the tip, you know. So doing these off stream, and I think you've seen me do heat inserts enough that it's not shocking, it's surprising. So the big thing here is got 3 on this side and 2 right here. Got the heat inserts done. Um, Once again, you may notice that some kits like LDOs come with different lengths of entry insert. Shorter ones or smaller ones are the ones used whenever drag chains attach, and you use the long. Now what we're going to do is we need to fasten drag chain. That goes with this flip back over. Take this and flip it back over. That should be able to keep my rails in there. But our drag chain got our 2 big center holes this side, 1 hole on this. So our drag chain has these 3 like inserts. Those are going to line up and insert onto our plate like that. And we're going to use M3 by 20s with washers. Washer. Hey, Big Jano, how are you doing, my friend? Missed the great lube stream. We spent a little over an hour today lubing up 8 of our carriages. We've been having fun. We've got these. We've got M3 washer. Now, here's something to be mindful of. I put Loctite on this. Then I'm going to go down through that hole. Number one, these holes are kind of tight, so I'm going to be screwing through them if I don't go through and ream them out. Now I could potentially put all 4 of these in there first and then put a little dab of Loctite on the ends and then try and insert them all at once. Do not want, like if I'm using polycarbonate, you'd be fine. You can use Loctite through it. Because this is ABS, do not put Loctite on your screw, put it through the ABS part. As soon as Loctite hits this ABS or the ASA, it's going to have a reaction with it, and your parts are going to get brittle and break. Now, this is just a drag chain holder, but we still don't need our parts getting brittle and breaking. So, especially since 4 of those parts and where the screws are going across is on our holding our carriage on. So one of the nice things about using a reamer versus a drill right here is one, a reamer is going to follow current hole path. It is not going to cut and deviate. That's one. Two, drills have a tendency to wander slightly and create a non-round hole. The reamer is going to ensure you have a round hole and a precise, in this case, 3mm hole. So that would be why we use a reamer versus. If you don't have reamers and all you have is a drill, and use what you got. Oh yeah. Yeah, Kevin's setup was pretty nice. But yeah, that's the thing is I bring printers which consume a lot of space. I probably need to start bringing more printed stuff, which I think I am to 3D Printopia because I'm going to have the droids and stuff like that. I'm probably going to be light on printer. But the we could put these on there and put a little bit of our Loctite at the bottom, but on these, I don't think I'm going to use the Loctite. We'll just have to keep an eye. Just don't know. I feel weird about trying to Loctite these and a chance of messing up my. We will do some of the old. Yeah, so I've got a Dio droid that is pretty well built, but I had an issue with the head servos not being strong enough. And I knew it was going to be a possibility. So I did order some newer or beefier servos. I just have to reprint the head parts and then disassemble and reassemble all that. So I got to do that. And then I've got a 40% size chopper. So he's going to sit probably about this tall. And I'm building a chopper, and Creatix Brit is building a cheap, which is the same model, just different, I'll say, paint jobs and attitude. So yeah, I would love to get out to like open source or rapid. It's just um too many shows. Like if I go to one of those, I'm not going to something else. Right? That would have to be it, because I'm just, this is Dragon has this thing. You guys are great. She loves hanging out with you guys and seeing you all at shows, but she wants me to take her on like a proper vacation and not one to go hang out with the birds. I don't understand it, but you know, keep the keep the wife happy. So once again, this is another printed part. This is our Y lead screw anti-backlash nut. So we've got M3, the longer variety, on each side here that our brass or bronze lead screw nut's going to go into, and then M5s, and this is where it's going to mount to the plate. So we inserted these, and now we need to mount our two of our anti-backlash nuts. And we're going to do these loosely. Fasten the lead screw nuts loosely. And here's something to note. When you go to put this in, it may not go in easily, right? And that's because when you put in your heat set insert, you'll get a little bit of bulge there where so you might need to chase it. This is the 8mm lead screw. So this is most likely a 10mm outer edge like bushing. So I'm gonna double check that. Yeah, 10 millimeter. So once again, what you can do is take your 10 millimeter reamer, and you can ream through this hole um, with your 10 millimeter reamer to clear up that access so that you can get those nuts. Hopefully, those chuck. And it's not a lot of material. It's just, we're just barely opening that back up. You're going to have the same thing in this one, which will be for the next axis. So might as well do it while I got the drill trucked up. But you're going to have to hit it from both ends. That'll also clean up, we'll say, any out of roundness from the printing itself. Or I should say drooping roof from overhang. That makes that hole a lot all the way through. And our nuts should go in said hole. So make sure that you get them lined up appropriate. And we're going to be using M3x8s to hold these in place. And once again, don't tighten these all the way down, right? You want to put Loctite on them, but don't tighten them all the way down just yet, because we're going to have to set the preload on these. And what I mean by that is you've got two fixed surfaces, right? Normally our anti-backlash that we use has one fixed surface and the other isn't necessarily fixed. It's floating, and it has that interlocking tooth mechanism with a spring in it. In this case, it's we're going to set the distance between the two fixed parts, and that is what will be the that'll take up the backlash. And it says to mount both of these loosely. Later on, when we go to install the actual lead screws, I think it's going to tell us to go ahead and fully tighten one side, get the screw started, and then adjust the tightness on the other one, get things up. So just be aware of that. I also want to go to Smurf, so I'm thinking maybe next year, if it's in the cards, I want to try and get Mrs. Dragon with me. So now that we did the Y, we're going to need to do the X. No marking on this, but same type of thing. Two M3s on each side, M5s at used to mount it plate. So same type of thing. We'll need two more of nuts and some more of our M3 by 8s. By 8s. Are you reading this out? Up and get this. Should be easy enough to line up and get read it. Bigger. Think we'll have any issues with these working loose, but these are going to be in fairly inaccessible spots of the. Go ahead and put a dab of Loctite on. Not getting down in there. I'm leaving it out so that we have that adjustable. First Smurf was, yeah. Like I said, there's some cool stuff that's happening across the pond, and unfortunately, like I see Tom Salater, I see CNC Kitchen and John Schoen and all them. They're coming across the pond, but they were at Open Saw. They weren't out at Murph. They were last year, but due to the nature of the timing and everything, I think most of them were out there for Open Sauce. A few of them may be sticking around for Rapid, but I don't see too many people flying back and forth between here and UK between those two events. But definitely would like to get back over. Spent some time over there in the military, and definitely. So, sorry, anti-backlash preload tuning. Each axis uses anti-backlash blocks in order to compensate for changes in screw direction. Do this by driving two brass lead screws towards each other to engage both sides of the thread. In order for this to work, the preload required to drive each nut tuned by hand. In the preload, ensure the lead screws are greased properly. Then install the two brass TR8 screw nuts in the anti-backlash. Tighten the screws on one of the nuts so that it does not move, leaving the other nut loose. Install the greased lead screw temporarily into the block, again to tighten the loose nut, taking care to apply the same number of turns inside the screw, getting it twisted and binding. Ideal preload will allow the lead still spin by hand. Should have a moderate amount of resistance. Once complete, make sure each bolt has thread lock applied and uninstall the lead screw. Preload is now set. To avoid any headaches, do this before. So we want to do this now before we do anything further. I'm going to slide this up some, give us some more room here. And we need to grab our TR8 lead screws, at least one of them. Got don't mind me, but I'm going to grab the short one, the axis, because I don't want to be screwing in the long length. And so start by screwing one of these completely down. And what I want to do is kind of just look at the way it mounts. I think I'm going to do this side screwed all the way. Working this side to side. You don't want to crank down on one side and then the other, because once again, you're going to get it kind of lopsided in there and cause yourself some. We're just slowly working this in side to side. Reset. Now, unfortunately, that means we also need to grease this up. Um, um, Here's my grease. Grab another glove. You see, lubricated. Yeah, they definitely like MERS smaller. Um, and they were making a point of that. We're saying that it's going to be an issue if they could at least air condition it a little bit better. I think that will help get more people to want to come back in. Um, but yeah, there's I don't want to say there's concern, but yeah, there's just a lot of people that were worried with the. So I just put a glob on my finger, and what I need to do is rub my rod through here, start getting it. Gonna work a lot of this grease through as we start to screw this in. Try and start getting some of this down in the groove. And as we go to start working this in, once again, we're going to go through the fixed side. It will work that. So screwing this in, I probably need to go and get a little bit more grease on here so the full length of the. So I greased this side, not this side. How I side I had screwed in. Lead screwed. Okay, got that far. Now that I've got crud all over my So surprisingly enough, and I know this is going to probably shock a few of you guys, I hate the feel of um, like sun lotion and stuff like that. I just having greasy. What's happening right now is they're not meshing up. That's just once again a distance thing. So as we tighten up the screws at this end, it will um, bring it in closer so that the rotational distance, again, we're turning rotational distance into linear, or rotational motion into linear travel. And I just realized that it's going to be fun because I'm going to have to reprint the part. I'm going to have to reprint this part because it is cracked. I will have to reprint this part. I'll do that off stream and we'll go through this process again. Um, so what we'll have to do is start slowly screwing this in. What that's doing is changing the distance, trying to line it up so that the screw engages. And we're doing minor turns here. Part of me is like, well, maybe I should just pull this completely back out, get it started on the screw, bring it in that way. Okay. There we go. Okay, so that's what you want is your screw to be able to go all the way through both sides. When I get down to the point where you've got grease going through both of those screws, but you don't want any play. Right? And right now, do it by hand. Try and tighten this up just ever so slightly. Like talking maybe an eighth turn on each side. No play there. I'm happy with that. Now, that part did crack. Um, I don't know. I don't know if this truly needs to be swapped out or not. I'm depressed that it cracked, but annoying. So we're going to be able to do the same thing on this piece. Trying to figure out. This is why. So, a fully assembled, the rear of the X-axis backlash nut is almost impossible to access due to the proximity column. Aid in making preload adjustments y-axis, machine is fully tightened brass lead screw nut that faces the column. This is the one installed square face. So got a squared off face and then a rounded edge. We want to screw this side in fully, leave this side adjustable for our preload. Sounds good, Otter Danger's Den. Enjoy the grass. Okay, so once again, the flat side is the side that is fixed. Go ahead and get our rod started in there. Up. So work on slightly tightening or loosening, however we need to get the line up. What I'm doing is I'm trying to pull my lead screw nut out just a little bit because I don't think I have much travel left. Try and get this up. Trying to do basically loosen the nut, give me more travel room. Get the alignments. There my screw is in. There it's fully locked. What you're trying to do is make sure that there's like no rattle, that there's no, as soon as this turns, it should be moving the block. Do not have any forward or back rattle. And if we took one of these and put it into just one of the screws, you can rattle that screw on your on your lead screw, or you can rattle the nut on the lead screw. So by doing this, you have one nut that's engaging, say, the right side of the thread, and the other nut's engaging the left side of the thread. So no matter which way you're going, it's touching both sides of a thread plane rather than riding in the groove of the thread plane and having some wiggle room. So that's what we're trying to do here when we say setting the preload. Trying to set this up so that we have a proper thread engagement both forward and backward. Preload set this rod we're not going to need for now. In fact, it's for the Z. I'm going to go ahead and put it down there, and I'll promptly forget that we have played with grease on it, and I'll reach down there and grab it later on and be like, ugh, greasy. Because, yeah. Okay, so the Y screw is going to go here. And once again, the way we had it set up is our 2 and 1, one's off to the right. That means this is the front of the machine. This will be Y0. This is the back of the machine. That's the one where we want the fixed side of our flat side. This goes towards the back. We're going to line these two up with these two holes here, and we'll put in a couple of bolts. Up there. These are M5 by 16. So on metal plate into threaded inserts, so we should be able to put a little dab of Loctite on this. Have a problem. These are button heads. According to Apple, it says it's time for me to stand up. I don't think it realizes I've been Loctite on a couple of threads. Get these locked down. These screws are going to be inaccessible once we add this other plate. So we need to make sure that they're Loctited in place. That's the thing. One of these screws gets loose. You may hear the rattle, not, especially if you're wearing ear protection while you're milling. You're going to start to see the difference in your part. Tolerances in your part start getting off, and you're going to want some down to your fixing. Once the thing, go on the left, one on the right, go on the left, one on the right. Get this ready to go. This over on top. more M5 by 6. Trying to get all these down through here without. Yes, I'm doing the Millennium Mills Milo build. And let's see, so far we have talked about everything that we needed today. We talked about how I went ahead off stream and got all of the set inserts in, just because there's 4 different sizes, but requires 3 different tips. There's 2 different sizes of M3 inserts that we had to use here. So I had to switch between the M3, the M5, and the 0.5 heads to put in all of the different heat set inserts. Pain in the butt to do that on stream. It takes time. So I went ahead and did the heat sets off stream. And now what I'm doing is getting our XY joint plate put together. And to do that, we needed 8 different carriages. So each of the linear rails has carriages on it for our have good and proper squareness. To make sure that my rails or my carriages line up, I have run the rails through them when I lock the carriages down. Hopefully I don't need an adjustment when I start putting the rails on. May have to, and that'll just get. Because I've got access to these bottom rails here. I've got access to all 4 screws. When I flip this over, because this is the Y that's facing up right now. When I flip this over like this, I don't have access to these inner rows of screws. So I get access to 3, but not all 4 of the screws, because the X truck is covering them. So that's why I put these in here, is to make sure that these rail or the carriages are at least aligned to distance parallel, slightly off, right? But hopefully not, or hopefully it's within tolerance that I don't have to adjust. What's up? Y-axis motor mount and bearing bolt. So this is that big chunk. And as you can see, we've got 4 heat set inserts put down in these. These are M5 inserts. And the way it is, the M5 inserts are on this side. Motor's going to sit here, and the screws are going to pull these inserts through the material. So if we put it here, it's really easy to pull these inserts out. It's going to be a lot harder to pull this insert, all of this material, pull these inserts. So that's how we did the motor mounts. And then that's what that tip is there. Then on this piece, which is be the bearing block, this is where we need to add in. And now what we need to do on this side is we're going to need some bearings. So we're going to need a couple of our flange bearings. These are F608 bearings. So 608 size with the flange. The Z covered on both sides. The ZZ is a metal dust cap versus the RS, which would be a plastic dust cap. Once again, we're working with metal here, so probably be a good idea to use a metal. And we're going to need 4 of our 608Z. Gonna get some of the shipping oil. And how this is going to work is we pockets on the side of this. So we're going to have a 608, or 608, then one of our 608 flanges. Flange should drop right down in that flush. Same thing on this side. 2 of our 608s. Flange 608 goes in. That makes the bearing stem. So in essence, this entire length is one big bearing now. 6 bearings here. End of that lead screw. Lead screw is going to extend out. Lead screw is going to extend out because there's going to. So just understand the setup there. Now we want to put our motor mount on our C channel. So this piece right here, we're not going to need for a moment. We're going to need channel. Let me see if I can't get this moved up there some without knocking it off the table. Okay, so we've got our C channel here. Now it's very important, and I think Modbot ran into this where some of his holes were not tapped. This C channel, right? Or this one is the 470, 470 millimeter C beam. Be aware of which end you're using. Okay. This end, top outer and the bottom inner have been drilled and tapped. You might be able to see that hole and this hole are different sizes. This one's been tapped. This side, where is that? This is the side that's got the upper outer and the 2 inner tapped. So the hole size is different. This one hasn't been tapped. These 2 have. This side, only the top 2 outer sides have been. You install this on this side that has the 4 tapped holes, you're going to be drilling and tapping some holes here, which means you're going to mess up your anodizing. You'll know it, but so just look at your beams and make sure they've only tapped the sides that need, or the holes that need to be tapped. It is not ambidextrous either way. So we're going to go through the bottom 2 holes here into our extrusion. The top 2 holes are going to be above the C channel as shown in our diagram. So we need some M5 by 12 button head. And these are going to go in and stay in. And once again, we're going to be going through plastic. So if you put Loctite on here, be very careful when you're putting it through. And make sure that your holes are properly sized to let that screw go through cleanly. If not, and you're going to be making holes, then stop, ream these out to make sure that they're the proper size. We're doing an M5 screw, so you need an M5 reamer. Yeah, so shenanigans, what are you up to? Are you out driving today or are you at home? And I'm going to go ahead and do these as well while I'm at it, just to make sure. Make sure I've got my bearings covered up here. I don't want to get any of that plastic down in my bearings. Apparently I wanted it all over my shirt though. Other ones. I went through and reamed all these parts before I put in heat set insert. Through there. Got some stuff down, threads of the heat. No worries. You're at home working in CAD? Okay, what nefarious project are you building now? Next iteration of your jet engine so you can try and burn your house down? I still don't believe that other one didn't light. That was wild that it wouldn't, well, it would light, but it wouldn't stay lit. That was really weird. I'm just going to take this M5x12 and run it through the set inserts just to get the plastic that fell down in there pushed out of the way. Or sun. Okay. Interesting. I've seen some people talking about like making their own like autonomous mowing machine. Nicoderm Bartnik, I want to say he's Polish. Um, Came up with the Indie Mill and a few other things that are really cool ideas. And he is working on a self-made, self-propelled whatchamacallit, mower. So might be something interesting. And tiny dab of Loctite on there. Just want to get it on the like the bottom thread. Let it get down in the so you're not driving it through the plastic. You just want to try and keep this stuff off the plastic. See that I'm using this piece of quartz now. So the quartz is making sure that my plastic part and my my metal part are on the same plane. So I want to make sure that this is nice, tight, because this is going to have a NEMA 23 motor on it. And it's in the plane there. So there we go. And by the way, there is a rock on it. This seat frame is not, get it right there. I don't know if the mic's picking that noise up, but there's a good twist. So we will be doing probably some alignment and shimming on, make sure that our rails that we're going to be putting on next are nice and good. We're going to fasten the Y-axis bearing block on the other end loosely. It will be removed. No need to put Loctite on these right now. Just going to flip this around. We're going to use some more M5 by 12s. 4 of these. It will be removed later, so there's no need to lock thread at this point. We're using this as a stopper for the linear rail. So our bearing block is going to drop down between the seat panel. This is going to push all the way forward. Bearings out, so let me put bearings back in. Okay, and let me get my bearings. And we're going to screw this in for all 4 holes. And holding it down on the table, everything should self-align. All of my printed parts, all the blueprinted parts are ASA or ASA glass filled from Phaetus. And the black ones that you see, you'll see, are ABS carbon fiber. And I wanted to make sure that these parts were really rigid, didn't slot, and that they were very robust. Four screws down, a little bit of an ugga. Bearings again. So go in. If you have this the wrong way around, your screws will not go in because only 2 of the holes over here are tapped versus. So just keep that in mind. Back around. On the Y rail. So we're going to need the 350 millimeter rails, I think, support rails that I have over here. Have my need the big measuring stick. So once again, you have 3 size rails. You have really long ones that are going to be your X-axis. Really short one, not really short, 250 Z-axis, which means the one in the middle are your Y rails. So those are the rails that we're going to need. And those rails happen to be. By the way, when you're building this, it gives you, or LDO gives you magnetic stand, playing magnetic stand, dial test indicator. Guy, you're going to need this coming up, when we start working on these rails, we're going to work on making sure straight and parallel to one another. There should be Amazon. Don't. Mrs. Dragon is hearing me cough and saying I needed water. Yes, coffee. So basically, I need to pull these rails off. So as I start to pull these off, I am going to reload some dummy rails. These ones were not fully printed. You squish it inside a little bit. This will let me, okay. Will let me ensure that I don't lose any balls along. No need to lose your bearings. Dummy rail parts that I have that I'm using right now are printed in e-packs, fast PLA. Figured that would be better than using the ones that I had originally printed out. And these are ABS carbon. Either figured that running carbon fiber reinforced material up against ball bearings, probably not a good idea. In fact, let me throw those away. Hey, Hutch's Makerspace, how's it going? How's it going? Welcome on in. Okay, and then once again, this is where we're going to need to put in some of our M3 spring T-nuts. It doesn't show it. It does mention it. It does tell us. But anywhere there's a screw going into a extrusion, assume that you're going to need your T-nuts. And it tells us that we want to do every other one. It tells us to do every other. I will tell you, watching builds, they do every single hole. And yeah, do every single hole. I don't know if that would be overkill, if that would lead to even more issues because we're going off of extrusion versus a build plate, because most of the ones I've seen built, they're going off of a milled plate or a steel plate that they scraped versus doing extrusions. So in this case, we would have to if we have any issues. So what I'm going to do, okay, is I'm going to do every single hole. This is all on me. So if it causes any issues, and I'm just going to do every single. I think that is a better way to at least a better precision build overall. And I will make up the hardware needed out of stuff. There's the 9 nuts in there. Just going to move them over so up. Put in there. Hopefully that doesn't bite my butt. Now, we're going to set the one rail. Other rail we're going to get done. Well, let me rephrase that. We're going to go through and get all of these set up initially. Then we'll come back and we'll start tightening them. 3x10 screws. And we're going to do them in a very, very specific order. Once again, these are going to be vibration prone. So go ahead and get your Loctite in there. You can get them started with Loctite. You can get them all in there without Loctite and then come back and re-Loctite them. Just know that as you start to move these around, you're taking one out and re-Loctiting it. You're actually impacting it, the rail itself. So everything you just did, you may have to go back and redo. So I don't want to redo this numerous times. Go ahead. Do it once. You're going to go through a ton of thread lock. You go get some more. Definitely go get some more. Especially when you start getting the FMJ, but at that point I'll be using paste. And like I said, I know I'm going to be using extra screws here, so I'll have to dig into my own stash of screws. Pick up the... Okay, so this rail's on, and once I figure out which one tightened too much, slide it back and forth. Got some side-to-side movement. That's what we're going to be working on. Getting this set perfectly straight. And then we'll line up the other one and we'll use the dial indicator to get it lined up perfectly straight with the existing one. We do this a lot when we do our 3D printer builds and we're trying to get our gantries lined up with one another. But this is going to be like the next level of precise compared to what we 3D printers. You know, like Steve Builds did his, and then he came back and worked on it even more off stream, because the more time you put into it at this stage, and getting everything nice and square and parallel and trimmed, the less wear and tear is going to happen. Machine, more precise your cuts are going to be when you start milling. So put in the time now, to make sure that you're getting things as precise as possible. A lot easier to do it at this stage than tearing the machine apart and doing it later. Such as Makerspace. What have you been up to this weekend? Pacific going on, or just hanging out and chilling on a Saturday morning? You know, I'm done here for the day. I need to finish packing because I'm going to take off tomorrow, go up to Ohio, visit KB3D. Need to drop something off to them. I was hoping to bring to the show, but stuff did not make it in time. So I'm going to make a side trip visit to KB3D and go from there to back to Goshen or Elkhart area. Go spend some time with my son. I didn't get a chance to spend time with him at Murph. Yeah. The shenanigans. Are you going to be able to make it to any of the Rep Rap festivals? I think you made it to one of them. I think Earth last year, right? You gonna make it to 3D Printopia this year? Like I said, as we go along, I will make up the difference in hardware out of my stock. Got plenty of spares along the way from doing all my builds. Once again, it says to do every second hole. I actually did all the holes. Hopefully it doesn't bite me. Now we're going to use our rail guide. These are, once again, printed in my ABS carbon fiber. Hopefully that doesn't bite me in the butt either, making them too rigid and where they snap and break. That was very positive, satisfying. Finding the rails, use guides to position the first rail in the center of the extrusion prior to fast. Use a DTI running along the edge of the fine, adjust it into alignment with first rail aligned, fit the second rail using the guides. Use a DPI to dock it to the first rail. Make sure to check both horizontal alignment, vertical alignment, and if required. Okay. And get pushed all the way to the, got to get pushed all the way to the end. We're going to use our 3 alignment tools to align things front to back. Okay. Pretty good. And it says to screw it down. Then we'll come back with the DTI and make it good. Okay, so that one's in there. Oops. And go ahead and do the second rail. Once again, this is just going to set the initial, I'll say the initial center, and then we'll come back with the DTI, really dial this in. I mean, dial it in. We're going to dial not just this. This one is going to be our Rosetta Stone. So we're going to get this one dialed in and make sure it's perfectly following our extrusion, and height wise, same all the way through of a hump. Then we'll put our DTI on this and we'll start making sure that this rail is 100% parallel, both side to side and top to bottom. I apologize, folks. This is where it starts to get, shall we say, first rail in the center of the extrusion. Use a DI running on the edge, adjust it. Need our this is where I'm kind of out there. Exactly sure how to set things up in my dial test later. So I guess I should have done some homework. Dovetail. This fits. Gives you mounting. This there to and we're going to need a block on here. Make it easier to up and down. Want to go. I need a block because the block is going to follow along the hill. I'll be able to move it in a direct line with. I just try and move this myself. I can't verify. I can't verify that I don't move it one other. I want it to track right along this rail so that I can then put. What I'm going to have is this is going to be magnetized to the truck. I'm going to have this down here right along the rail. I'm going to move it along, making, looking at my test indicator. If it's, how much movement there is, that's going to tell me how closely my rail is to intrusion. So I'm going to need to get a truck here. Let me grab one of the other rails to pull a carriage off of. Grease this up a little. How are you doing, Royal Nomi? Are you back home? Take stopper off. Loctite. Okay. This off. Get off. Bearings lubricated before and And the nice thing about getting that big tube of Mobilux, I can fill all my syringes back, which will be good for other printer builds where I'm using MGN7, MGN9 Ls. Work a lot easier. Good there. On here. Move it from here of now have a linear rail mounted. That gives me a measuring point. Take my truck. That noise, I lost my bearing again. Set my truck on there. Get it squared up as best as possible. Flip my lever. Now magnetized to the truck. Gives me good linear motion. And I'm going to be tracking right along that rail. Now we're going to take our dial indicator. And what I'm going to want to do is get my dial indicator turned around here. I want to be able to see my dial indicator, but I need to also be able to get down to the side of the rail there. Be able to get down there. What am I missing? Or the need to just stop. Where are we at? We're at about 4 hours today. Leg's telling me about right. Still trying to get my limberness back from Murph. It was rough. Murph was way of trying to figure out how the best way to try and get this mounted. And my normal answer is, what would Steve do? Saying. My normal answer is always, what would Steve but I'm only getting to the rail. I'm not getting low enough extrusion. Really need to get to the extrusion. Don't want to be sliding it across the top of this rail directly. Either have to be on a truck on the rail, or I was set up this on its side. Pull these out. Built Millennium wrong. Okay, turtle. I sorry. Or I could just side and I'll be running my tool down the edge of the profile and have the dial indicator right along the line. Turtle, do you remember how Steve did his indicating for the rail to check the, because I do not know. I am confused. Doesn't take much. Well, that's what I thought, because we're trying to evaluate that the linear rail is aligned with the extrusion, right? So that's test one. And then test two would be to make sure that we don't have waves going. And I can do that off of this because I'm just looking for height at that. Correct. I'm following the instructions. It told me to worry about the wave, if there are waves. So that's what I'm saying is we do like this. We'd set that up, but I can't indicate off of this. At least I don't think I can. Maybe it's just head's not, there we go. My head was not letting me adjust this appropriate enough. Get this and hold it. Such a way that I would dial indicate. See if it moves as it is heading along. Get it wherever it's at. It doesn't really matter if it's on zero. What I'm looking for is a difference. So, and manually go put it on. As I move the truck, grab just the truck, not other piece. as I move the truck, what I'm looking to see is, does that needle move? Let me here for the trying to look at is eye on this dial. Going to get this lined up on the truck. Dial indicator is riding along the top edge. That brake. Locked in. The important piece here is not that this number is the important piece is that the needle is moving as I'm sliding this. Forever, ever. Duh. Okay, let's try this again. Now that I am physically Still looks. Not touching this, I'm touching. I would, I would say I'm with a good level of confidence that I'm pushed up against the rail. If I can't, more, got that indicator now. I've moved it over some. We're about at like 7. Loosening up. Moving off the. I think I need to understand a little bit more about how this DTI works in order to do this measurement better. Because I feel like something's moving. Is one way it's rock solid, and then I go the other direction, kind of jumps around. Now I feel like it's moved away. So, all right, folks, I'm going to have to call this because I don't know if I am doing this. I'm going to need to do a little bit of research to figure out if I am doing the dial indicator thing right. Yeah, I don't know if I'm checking that right. So I'm going to need to have to do a little bit of research. Make sure that I am doing this appropriately. First, I was hearing it great and I was seeing it move. That's obviously where it's in good contact with the anodization. Now, it's almost like it's pushed itself out and now I'm not even getting reliable. I'm going to have to do a little bit of research. So you would place it more on the flat slash center, not on. Well, yeah, that's what I was trying to do is get it on the center of this, of the center flat. Drop it down a little bit more. Once again, I don't know if like right there, it's not even touching. Something is wonky in my setup that's letting it flip and drop. So that's what I'm saying. I don't think my setup right now is appropriate. So I need to work on getting my setup better. Then I can do dial and I drag one way and it looks like there's a lot. Should be a tension dial to make micro adjustment. Um, I, yeah, this one. That's what I'm saying. I'm not seeing any tension. Let me go back to the main big screen here. So this is the setup. This is what came in the kit, and I realize there's another magnet. Maybe do it this way. That'll give me better adjustment. But yeah, I don't see yeah, you should be able to, like I've seen the spring dial, and I think I maybe just need to get a better one of these. Assuming that felt right there like it. I don't have faith that damn good. Like I said, moving it one way, I get dead nuts the other way. Something's off. I need to understand this better. Yeah, this doesn't have a micro adjust. That's the thing. So that's where I'm saying because I have seen ones that have micro adjusts and stuff. Um, so I may wind up getting a better, different setup. Overall for the rest of the streams because I'm not sure about quality of this setup. Side fingers. I yeah, I need to understand the mechanics a little bit better and then maybe get a little bit better tool to work on the alignment of these. Um, so what I think I'm going to do right now, folks, is I'm going to call the stream because once again, the better tram this is from the get-go, the better off the overall build is. Where awareness having the build, the better the product is. So I want to make sure and take the time to do this right and get this dialed in. So let me potentially go out and get some additional measurement, possibly better measurement. And on next Saturday, we'll be back to working on this build. going to sit here while I'm gone. Leaving tomorrow for Ohio. Spend a part of the day up in the morning, and head over to Goshen Elkhart area. Spend some time in the sun, and I will. So I'm not streaming there Thursday. Okay, Tuesday and Thursday, no stream. We will be back Saturday, and we'll be continuing to work on this between now and then to get some better tooling to be able to get these things up and to want to make sure that I'm doing it right. Don't want to get 3 hours away down there, get a new, because that would just. Okay, everybody. Done. Fixed it. Then easy. I have a preference. By the way, Turtle, thanks. I just need to really take a few minutes, make sure I'm doing things right and the process a little better so that I can. Shall we jump over to AZ Pinoy? I haven't been over to him in a while. I know that he's doing a partner push right now. So let me go ahead and once again, thank you everybody for being here. Please go with me over on Trade with AZ. If you have any questions or anything, hit me up on Discord. So thank you everybody for being here. Once again, it's great to see everybody in person. Good to get back in the studio and start doing. So thank you all very much. Body.